Hello, 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 everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. How are we all doing today? What a beautiful, beautiful day it is. We've got loads planned for today and tomorrow, and I cannot wait for either. So, first of all, today we are going to be back at Workers and Resources. I know we missed it yesterday because we unexpectedly planned a collab stream with Boshua to play Peak. It's a game I've been wanting to play for ages, a game he's been wanting to play for ages, and yeah, the stars aligned and was like, you know what, let's just do it. Let's just go for it. So yeah, it was a little bit of a rough start yesterday with the technical issues from both Josh and from myself, but we got there in the end and we actually managed to play Peak and we did quite well. But today we're going into Workers and Resources. We built up the farm, the new farm rather, in the last stream. Well, the last time we played Workers and Resources, and started preparation on building the new town, the next town that we need, and this is going to help feed workers for the coal processing plant as well as the coal mines as well. So hopefully we can get those up and running and working nicely, smoothly, and all that good stuff. We've got a lot of the groundwork to still do, but I think we can actually start putting down some roads and preparing to get a few buildings in place for obviously for the workers and all that good stuff. So let's jump into it. Let's get it on the screen for you guys to be able to see. And yeah, this is where we was up to. Was working on the ground, trying to get it nice and flat here. There's a bit that we need to sort out here, as well as further down this way, so we can get this road nice and smooth, so it's not too difficult for the vehicles to get in and out of. And then I was thinking maybe we did the same around here, but I'm not 100% sure yet, because we'd have to build this area up, and after going through building this lot up with the quarries, you know, the quarried stone available, it took forever, and I really don't feel like dealing with that all that. I do want to get rid of this random bump that we've got here, but it does mean destroying some of the train line and messing up the whole coal that we've got. But yeah, we might have to just leave that for now. We'll focus on this bit. We'll get a bit more of the area flattened out like we was before, and yeah, we can start putting in the town. So I'm gonna dig down actually, because it's a little bit quicker in here with the excavators compared to the bulldozers. So we're gonna remove some of the height that's around here on this big old hill, and then that'll make it a little bit easier, because I found once we get down to, like, as you can see, you got the brighter lines, they're the sort of like step markers sort of thing. I've noticed that when you get to around about being one away, whether it be above or below, it gets a lot easier to bulldoze. I don't know if that's just me and I'm thinking that it's easier, or if it's actually true, but to me it feels quicker. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna bring this down a fair bit, and yeah, it should be a little bit easier to work with the terrain then. So we're not gonna obviously do all of this level because it goes on for ages, but we're gonna get most of this bit brought down, probably up to about here maybe, and then we can start bulldozing. I am thinking of building a couple more construction offices just to get some more excavators and bulldozers. I mean, it wouldn't be a terrible idea. It would speed it up a little bit. So should we? I mean, we've got what? We could just buy some more for these because we did build these. Yeah, we'll just buy some more excavators here. What's our cash situation like? It's not too bad, so maybe we get 4 more and then 4 more bulldozers for here. and then we'll let those vehicles come over. Yeah, we'll let those vehicles come over, and while they're on the way, I did notice there was some slight terrain differences over this way, and that was weird. It just left a random circular bit, and we'll push this out. Like so. Give us a little bit more room. You know what, we'll use the excavators over this side. Maybe we should do it in smaller sections, because that might be a little bit quicker overall if we do the terrain bit in smaller sections, and then it might be a little bit quicker. It might be a little bit easier as well, because then we're getting an area done, and then we can just move on to the next bit. Because like this bit's a bit slow here, so I wonder if there's a resource here. Maybe quarried stone as usual. That stuff seems to be everywhere on this map, but then like all the actual valuable ones that you want, like coal, oil, uranium. Uranium, we only have one vein, and it's on the opposite end of the map, on a little tiny island. So I wonder if there's I wonder if it's another quarried stone vein that we've just not accessed yet, or not ran into. So I'll bring this bit down, and then we can bring the bulldozers in here. Squeeze, 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 squeeze. Yeah, and we'll just dig this bit down. Maybe this is why it feels slower, because we keep running into quarried stone. Maybe that's our issue. All the vehicles might actually be going to refuel at this point as well. If you look, you can see there's yellow vertical bits sticking up, and that indicates that it's going to be a little bit slower. If the red, it like in some areas that would have been, oh my word, that was painfully slow. Like we had like 30 vehicles working in one area, and it felt like it was just one vehicle working in that area. But we'll get there, and then we can start designing the town. So we just need a little bit more room, and then we can start designing the town. Because the last thing I want is people to have to walk uphill to go everywhere. And it just slows your vehicles down. I have been thinking as well of how can we get a new transportation for the first like town that we built. Is there like another transportation we can use other than buses that would make sense? And I was like thinking, oh, maybe like an above ground metro, because above ground doesn't take as long to build as an underground metro. You know, like the having like New York and Chicago and things like that. Because like as cool as an underground metro is, I don't think the town is big enough for like a proper metro. But then I think we need something other than a bus, because we've got a lot of people in our first town. We've got nearly over 7,000 people in our first little like city town, and it makes sense to me that we should provide another form of public transportation. But like, I'm not sure what, and I don't really feel like doing like trolley buses or anything. I want to move away from buses. So I think we're gonna have to have a proper look. I'd like something with its own dedicated station that we can put near the bus station, because after all, that is our primary hub for going to places outside of the city, and it's the primary place where our construction office gets workers and a lot of other places like the coal mine. So maybe that's where a train comes in. Hey, Quaker dude, just got my results. Your results for what? Like exam results? GCSEs. Ah, fair. How'd you do? How'd you do? Fucking have at the I'm going to college, bitch. Well done, mate. Well done. Well done, buddy. That's fantastic news. No worries, man. No worries. I had a lot of fun when I was at college. I was a bit gutted though, because I wasn't able to do the courses that I wanted to do. So best of luck to you, mate. I hope you have a way better experience at college than I did. Because like my college absolutely messed me around, and same with my school. Like, they didn't know I was dyslexic until I was in my first year of college. My school, not a single clue. They just thought I was stupid or not, you know, someone that just didn't want to pay attention, didn't want to pay, like, didn't want to be there or anything like that. But it was just like, no, I was just genuinely struggling to read and write because my brain works different. And my freaking mum kicked off massively about it because she worked, she was a teacher, and she was like, I think you might be dyslexic. I want the school to do a test to show it. And of course, none of my teachers, and not even the head teachers, deputy heads, anybody had any clue what the signs and symptoms were for dyslexia. And it was like, how the fuck are any of you in a teaching profession? You are stupid. I'm not. I just think different. But it's like, you do this for a living. Like, you're a teacher. How do you not recognize that someone learns, like, is struggling to learn? Like, it goes back to the old saying, there's no such thing as a bad student, only a bad teacher. And so if the teacher can't teach something to someone, then they're a bad teacher. But of course, no, there's no such thing as bad teachers when you're growing up in the 90s and early 2000s. But I'm so pleased for you, dude. What do you want to study at college? Nah, it's a bit of both. What are you looking to study? We should get the train sorted over here. Yeah, because if we get a train sorted over here, we can have a bus go from there to here and there to here. And that'd be 2 less bus routes coming from here. I'm just going to turn that off for the time being, seeing as we haven't got the train running yet. Business, economics, and politics. Ah, fair one. Oh, I hope you have a good time doing it, dude. It's business. I kind of wanted to do that, but then when I met the teachers that were running the course at my college, I was like, nah, you're all right, mate. I'm good. I'm good. You just go on. I just didn't trust them as far as I could throw them. You know, them sort of people where you just look at them and think, you dodgy bastard. So I was like, nah, I'm all right. Fairs, mate. Yep. So what do you plan on doing after college? Have you thought that far, or are you just sort of going with the flow at the moment? Do you have like an idea of what you want to do for a living? Lots of sex and booze. Yeah. I really think we should redesign this, but we need to build out this way. I don't like how steep this bit is. Right. Where's the two coal trains? Right, one of them's here. I'm gonna pause him. And where's the other one? Is he on his way? Is this him on his way back? Right, cool. And then where's the one that's delivering it to the power plant? You're right there, so I'm gonna stop you. Where's the other guy? There he is. Right, so when he gets back over here, we're going to pause him. We're going to remove this section of track. And then we're going to pop it back in. But flatter and better. And smoother. Because I think this is where I'd want the road to finish. Obviously down here, we're going to bring it up to this level. And then the town will sit up here. I just want to get rid of this bump and move it that way a bit more, but we're going to start putting it in up here. Actually, thinking about it, if we... I'm not going to put a station down here. I want to put one in the town. So let's build this road out. Like so. My new place so much more sandbox like compared to me. It's really odd. How do you mean? I play quite a lot of different games. I do like my city builders, granted, but I play quite a lot of different games. At least I think so anyway. Sorry I wasn't around yesterday. Like, how you design your cities. Well, like with this one, you need to, it's like you need to think a bit more about where things are gonna go, because obviously where you put stuff can affect how your cities grow. They can affect how people get from A to B. Like this at the moment, we've only got one road in, so we need to add another road for people to get in, which we're going to do down this way. But it's just careful consideration of where things go. But I have played a lot of city builders, and if you design your city right, it runs so smooth. You don't have to worry about anything. There's no one correct way of doing it, but there is things to like keep in mind. Because I just used to build anything everywhere, and then traffic won't move, especially in like city skylines where traffic management is so important. Because the AI, the way the AI worked in that one, especially the first game, they all just went from A to B on the quickest route possible and the shortest route possible. Tell you what, I'll send you a photo of mine in the disc and you'll see what I mean. Yeah, they just move from A to B as quick as possible on the shortest route possible. Sort of efficient like road layouts and number of lanes and everything was like really important. But yeah, I'll have a look at your photo. Better have a look at my photo. I'll have a look at it. You just send it. It's just like if you want things to run smoother and quicker and better, then just placing things in certain places makes it a lot easier as well. I've played a lot of Tropico, and that is a fantastic game. Tropico, it's so goofy but so fun at the same time. But that one, it's again as well, like if you like, I struggle to keep a big city on that one, but that's just because I like my cities to look a certain way in that one, and it doesn't really work with the way the game plays, because you need to have teamsters, and you can't really choose what buildings your teamsters work on to move the resources around. They just go to wherever, like a building will be like, hey, I need someone to come move this, and then the first teamster that's available, wherever the heck they are, will go to it. But you can help influence it on that game by having teamsters near it, but I like to put them all near the docks because it looks really cool, but it doesn't really work that well doing it that way. And same with having all your industries in one area, it doesn't work. So I struggle with that game because of just the way the things are. Like with this, you get distribution offices that you can tell to, you know, what buildings they are going to operate on, what buildings they're going to work. Whereas it's a case of they pick and choose themselves with Tropico. But I love that game. You haven't even sent it yet. Oh wait, I think you've literally just sent it as I was closing it. Nope. Different notification. My game's loading and I don't want to tab out, otherwise it crashes. Ah, fair. See, that's the bonus of having two screens. I could never go back to one. not after this. Oh, balls. Turn around. Go back. All right, there we go. We've got the trains where we need them. So let's remove the track. We need to remove this section, or remove that section as well, and we'll bring it back to about there and bring it back to about there. All my life I just realized how shit this save is. Goodness. If you're still getting used to the game, don't worry about it. It took me ages to get to a point where I could actually build a functioning city. So I struggle a lot with it. It is a lot to figure out in this game. Instead of making everything in walking distance, I've just made everything accessible by bus, but I can't make the buses work fast enough to cover their needs. Yeah, I get that. So one of the first cities that I built, I did it the other way around. I made everything within walking distance, and it meant I had no, because of how many you need, how many workers you need then to cover that, I had no real workforce to work in the buildings that I needed them to work in, like the mines and shit like that. You know how to play. Yeah, you're the one with the messed up city, and not me. Just saying. Get the children for the mines. I mean, in Tropico you can do that, and in Frostpunk. If you ever played Frostpunk, you can have child labor, which I thought was freaking hilarious. See, Tropico 7 has been announced. I have, yeah. I haven't even completed Tropico 6. There's too many games on my list that I need to finish. And there's just not enough time in the day. Battle of Tropico is such a goofy game. Frostpunk, yeah, you never played it. It's a steampunk style city builder in a post-apocalyptic place where the entire world is frozen over due to global events, and so food is very scarce. You have to keep your people super warm. And the second one is really good. It's a lot better. The second one's a lot better than the first, but it's a lot different compared to the first as well. Like, you build districts instead of buildings now, which was an odd one for me. You know what Frostpunk is, fair enough. That's a great game, and you can have child labor, which is funny. Apparently people kicked off about it, but at the end of the day, it's a game. It's not a real child working, so I don't know why people would kick it off. It's just a game. These things actually happened. Well, like, child labor actually happened, but not like the world freezing over, but still. Mobilize the workforce and the kids. Exactly. And it's not like you had the kids doing dangerous jobs anyway. You just had them picking up wood or sorting through coal. That's not dangerous. Right, that should be enough because we need to connect the power back up, but we need to connect the train track first. So let's do the train track first. So we need to bring it down this way, and then we need to connect it up that away. And is that the smallest I can do? No, it wasn't. Let's redo this side. We need to, let's just put that there for now, and not that one, that one. Nip. Cool. And then we can zoop and zoop. Done. All right, now let's put the power line back in. Power, power, Power Rangers. Zoop. Zoop. Done. Cool. The children yearn for the mines. Apparently so. Did in my game at least, anyway. Right, so they're only going to do one side at a time, unfortunately, but it is what it is. I mean, we could put a crisscross in, but nah, forget that. I really want to bring this area up to a similar level because it's it's all downhill over here. I think we'll get the power back in. Or, you know what? We're going to stop the bus. We're stopping the bus. We'll keep the bus going here. It's just this bit I want to sort. We don't have any loans anymore, do we? Oh, we're still paying off a little bit. Right. Fair enough. We'll leave that to just pay off monthly. And I'm just going to have a look at the terrain here because I really want to bring it all up to this level. I'm not fussed about this area. This area is fine. But this is all over the place with the ground. And I feel like if we just bring it all up to a similar level, it can still be on a gradient. That's fine. But it's all over the place. And it'll just make for a smoother train line coming in. Because I want to bring this track down this way. Have it tee off and come into this little town. Oh, he's complaining because he can't get back. Right, fair enough. We'll remove them. Remove them. And that. Them. And then he might be able to get back. Can you get back now, dude? Maybe not. But if we remove them two. I think he can get back now. Ah, they're gonna crash. Alright, cool. Now they're not disrupting the other trains. And then if we put mixed here, once they go through, they shouldn't disturb each other anymore then. And they shouldn't disturb the other trains either. Right, we're going to tell him to get his workers from over there. Right, yeah. I think the next step is to start raising some ground over here. So we're going to remove a bunch of these. Took absolutely ages to build all of this, but I think it'll be better afterwards anyway. It is a bit sad to see it all get destroyed. Not gonna lie. Right, let's get rid of most of the underground pipe work. That's sewage. Let's get rid of that pipe. Let's get rid of that sewer line. We can get rid of that sewer line. Get rid of that one. Get rid of that one. We need to get rid of power lines and fuel. And then the roads. Worst bit is we just built some of that as well. Alright, now we can get rid of some roads. We should probably get rid of the paths first. There we go. Now we can get rid of the roads. Yep, that's cool. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Yep, we'll get rid of you. We're gonna leave these guys here for the time being. When we've got most of this done, then we'll get rid of them, and then we can sort this section out as well. So we're gonna get rid of that, and that'll get rid of this conveyor as well. And then we can sort this section out and this section, and then lastly we'll sort that bit out, and then we can put the road back in because it'll be a little bit nicer, a little bit easier for him to get through. So groundworks, let's start building this lot up. Oh wait, there's a little section of road we need to just unscrew. Bum 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 bum. All right, let's keep building this bit up. Oh, this bit, I knew this bit was going to be slow. It's all because it's a vein. It's a resource vein. And this is the exact reason I didn't want to do this, but you know what, if it makes things easier for later on, then whatever. I'll take the punishment now. Bum bum ba da dum dum dum. Yeah, there is a lot of freaking dirt to move in there. A lot of ground to sort out. Honestly though, it'll be worth it in the end. So much dirt, yeah. It'll be worth it in the end though. Because trains will move smoother, vehicles will move smoother, and it'll be worth it. You just play flat maps. Normally I do, well, not flat, but not as bad as this. Like, not as bad as this. Like, this is all over the place, everywhere, and I 100% blame Craft for it. He picked the map. But it is a Ukrainian map, so it was kind of... It is a nice map, but it's a difficult map. Like, it does look really cool, a lot of the scenery, but it doesn't make it easy to build a republic. Don't blame my Pookie Craft, he's a proper G. He is adorable, I love him to bits. And he's my moderator as well, so I can blame him. But he did pick the map. I foolishly agreed, but I didn't know how bad the terrain was gonna be. So I'm as much at fault as he is. But at the same time, I was curious about the map as well. Come on, come on, come on. Is it gonna do that bit? No, it's not. Come on, keep coming. It makes me wonder, did he know it was going to be this like terrainy? He probably didn't, to be fair, because I didn't have a clue. I'd not played on this map. But if he did, he's definitely more at fault than me. if he did know it was going to be this bad. Alright, come on, come on, come on. Come on, keep building. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Da, 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 da. Or yourself. Being oppressed by auto mod again. Then quit trying to test it. As you were. Come on, come on, come on, come on. This way. Alright, let's get this bit done as well. Yeah, because Jesus broke the rules of the Romans. Jesus was also a fictional character like Spider-Man and Doctor Strange. He's real, just a hippie voodoo man. Yeah, just went around doing that like finger trick where you pretend you've moved your thumb away from your hand and everyone thought it was magical. He just had red food dye on him. Yeah, probably. Just did a few card tricks. Oh, nearly there. This is going to be the most painful bit. Right, so where do we need to get to? We need to bring this out a bit more. He just stood in the shallow end of the shallow end and proclaimed magic. Oh, he went to sleep for 3 days and then when he woke up, people thought it was magic. Because he pulled a few all-nighters and was real tired. And obviously Red Bull wasn't invented yet, so he couldn't just pop an energy drink. The guy was just in a really short coma. Essentially, yeah. He'd gone out for a meal with a bunch of his mates, had too much wine, was really hungover for 3 days, and come back. I mean, I can relate. I've done the same. Or you just had that much to drink, it takes like 2 days to recover. I would be. Too much food, too much wine, and just needed 3 days to recover. I've been there. I've been there. I know what it's like. So I understand it. I get it. It does feel like a miracle when you return. Alright, we're just trying to lift this bit up so we can pull this mountain this way a bit more. Obviously, if you fill the hole in it as much as possible, it makes it miles easier. But obviously, that's easier said than done when you've got red vertical lines. Because that means it goes painfully slow. Right, that's what we've got to deal with at the minute. To be fair though, it's not going as slow as it usually is. Man, I wish the gas station let me pump into them. You not got power to it? Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. That would make things a lot easier, but that's just not how petrol stations work in general anyway. Because that would be an exhausting amount of work anytime you needed to build a petrol station. Plus, as well, if you play with maintenance on as well, the maintenance cost for that would be insane. Like just for the pipe work, it'd cost more than if you just had a truck. Come on. Why does this have to be so freaking slow? Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Right, well, we'll raise this bit as well. So that bit needs to come over here. And you know what, we'll bring this over here as well, and then that's just less to deal with. In terms of elevation change. Right, so we've got what, 3 lines to deal with. This one's going to come down here anyway, so it's only going to be a difference of 2, which is not too bad. But we need to fill this in. We need to build it up more. You know what? I think we're gonna go the route of more trucks, more excavators. So let's get 2 more construction offices if we can in here. Like so. I'm gonna let them build. Is it worth building cars to sell? I would say yes. But we got close to being able to do that in our last playthrough. Because I'd never used cars before, so I kind of rushed it a little bit. And like building... We didn't build the cars, we bought them in so people could use them. And it wasn't too bad. Well, we were buying them in, buying cars and then like giving them to our people to use, and it did help, but traffic became an issue. But from what some of the viewers were saying, like if we could get a car factory up and running and then try and supply it with some of the material ourselves and then buy the rest, it can turn quite a bit of a profit. But then it all comes down to which one you're licensed to build. Because obviously some are going to cost a bit more than others, and some may be quicker to build compared to others. How much you're talking? It depends on the year. And it depends how much, but they were saying it was well worth it. And it doesn't look like cars are listed on here. No worries, mate, no worries. Yeah, I don't think cars are listed on here because it depends on the car itself. Like one car is worth, for me at least, and for the Soviet stuff, 8,748 rubles. That's the most expensive one that we could do that way. But then of course you can license NATO vehicles as well. What's up with these? Oh, they were bringing some stuff in, weren't they? Oh, they were bringing the cranes in. Well, if you don't have a crane on you, we don't need you to keep moving back and forth. I completely forgot about them. Christ, yeah. And then NATO car, total value 5,100 is the highest valued car we have, and that's one car. So yeah, they could be quite valuable. Those are good trucks. I would save those in a free depot. Yeah, they'd be fine. Production has stopped at the power plant. That's a problem. Because that means no more power. Right, I'm just going to nip to Lou. Oh, now we get the American excavator. Great. Right, yeah, let me nip for a wee. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Right, we should get 2 more construction officers as well, because I've just realized we need to move the vehicles that we've got already to their new home. Even if it is only temporary. We want gravel roads, please. Right, have they got... Yeah, they've got everything assigned, haven't they? Yeah. They know where to get the stuff from. Oh, now the gravel's showing up. It wasn't a bit ago. Oh, that's good. We need a technical office over here to help keep the roads clear. Right, yeah, we'll do it that way. And we're going to make this high priority because obviously construction. We need them to keep moving regardless of everything else. And then I think when we come to do the helicopter construction, I think they're going to be laid out around here with a single fuel point to keep them refueled. Because then we can just pipe it into them. Right, so they're high priority. Technical offices are working. Big garbage is working. Right, what's going on with the construction trains? Of course, they're all waiting for each other. You can head off. You finally got a garbage plant. No, not yet. Not yet. Slowly working on it. We're getting there one step at a time. Oh, why would you go that way, you numbskull, when there's a freaking track that way clear? You absolute bellend. I can't wait to get electric trains. I really can't wait to get electric trains. Right, you know what? You know what? Right. This'll prevent that. But it means the trains themselves can what do you call it? They can't swap track sides. Which might be a bad idea. But if it stops them being absolute ball bags, then I'm down for it. Why is he waiting? I don't see. Oh, because there's a construction train there. Right, looks like I might have to pay a bit more attention to the construction trains for the minute. They're gonna crash. Boop. Right, they're building that. These are getting built as well. Cool, cool. I'm gonna turn that off because it's distracting me. Right, let's bring the construction train over. There we go, off it goes. Then we'll be able to get the signals back in. And things will be a little bit better. Right, distribution office in charge of. Right, yeah, they're fine. They're not buying steel. That's good. Just wanted to make sure because expensive. and we need to save the money at the minute. Right, there is a construction train waiting at the minute. If he's going to head back that way. Right, yeah, we can unleash that one. Cool, he's ignoring the red light. Good, good. So that means the food sale trains are going to keep going. And that's what we need at the minute. We just need to keep our import costs up. Yes, we are very well aware, dude. You don't need to keep telling us. We also got this done in the last episode as well, which I was absolutely over the moon with. It's such a good distribution hub. Well, not distribution, but sale hub. So anything we want to get rid of, we just bring here. And these trains have been dealing with it, whether it be food, meat, clothing, boards. It's all going so well there. That's so useful. Yeah, it is. It is. Because what we've still got loads of space on it as well to add more stuff in. So at some point I will be adding another one of these. So that when we start producing our own steel, because obviously we're going to buy in the iron ore. Or the iron itself. That's the other reason why we need to flatten this area out so we can get the steel mill in here. Because the coal will just bring train from there to here. Put in a little fuel station down here as well, so we can keep the trains running. And yeah, it should make things run so much smoother. Although I'm thinking I might put the fuel over here, but then it'd be very useful to have it on the main line. Obviously the only other one that we have is up here, and they ain't going that way. And then the other one is over here and over here. So I think we'll put a fuel station over here before we get to where we want to branch off for the steel mill and the town. Yeah, quite a bit we need to do then. Quite a bit we need to do. But it should mean the trains won't get in each other's way. There'll be places that can refuel. Yeah, we just got a fair bit of work to do before that. So I think I want to have this continue this way. So we'll have a junction here to go this way, which then will bring back round for the steel mill. A branch off over here to go up into the village or the town, whatever we want to call it. I don't care about the name. The place where people are going to live. And then we need to figure out where we can reasonably put a fuel station that'll cover both the town and I think I know how to do it. I think I've got it. That continue down there, tee off this way, fuel. Continue this way, branch both left and right, come back down, delivery for the steel mill. One going up this way into the city, into the town, city, whatever, which his station will be here. That way both that and that can get fuel here. to go here and to wherever else. And then that way we'll have workers coming from there to live here and vice versa, back and forth, and then a bus to go to both of these. I think that'll work pretty well. Right, there is just one more left to build, so you go, and then we can get these trains up and running again. Because I'm guessing he's going to come this way and then go that way, which should stay out of his way so he can go back. Oh, he's waiting there. What a dickhead. I was waiting. I thought it was just going to go straight through. Right. You, my friend, can go. And we're gonna let him get a bit of a head start. Yeah. We know it's offline. Don't worry. And then when he gets up near the border, we'll let the other guy go. Alright, cool. He's building the track now. And obviously we'll need to put the signals back in as well. Right, off he goes. That guy, off you go. Cool. We'll start producing our own power again soon. Look at that. Even though we've been buying in power, we've still been making 1.2 million rubles. Even with a slight disruption. That's so freaking good. It's that way and that way. Chain right there. Semaphore there. A semi and a chain. We've got the ones there. We'll put the ones over here. And we'll put these a little bit back. Nib them together. So that when we come to do this section, we should be able to just boom and then out. We might need to go a little bit further back looking at it. You know what, we'll move them back to here. That should be a bit more room. And should still allow them to turn around when we come to extend the tracks. Cool. Alright, so now that this is back up and operating, we don't have a huge amount of of coal, so we need to get a wriggle on. So right, you guys change home to here. You guys change home to there. And there we go. They should now operate only from what we tell them. So we're just gonna try to build up the ground. And of course, now that winter's over, I was gonna say I bet this is nearly finished getting built. Or it has been built. But yeah, it's nearly finished being built. Obviously, we need to move these into these two. Unless there's space in there, and then we can move them into that one. But it should be a little bit quicker for him to get fuel now. I think we've still got space, so yeah, we'll move these over as well then. You guys in there, and you guys in there. Off you pop. Right, they should be able to bring workers over. Right, cool. They've moved. Now we can get rid of the road. And, oh, there's no... Oh, why is it getting rid of that bit for? Why you do this to me, game? Some other infrastructure in the way. Are you having a monkey? Cancel this part for there's a vehicle moving on it. Oh wow. Are you kidding? That road existed there beforehand. Right, there we go. We've got it back to where we want it to be anyway. Right. Let's get back to sorting out the ground. Now that the game's finished arguing with me. And then once we've got the ground roughly to how we want it, we can then start smooth it out, put the roads back in, all the other good stuff. Very similar to what we did with the farm. Almost building that area up. Right, we can undo that, remove that, turn that off, remove that, and we're gonna get 12 more excavators in there. And 4 more in there to fill it up. And that way we should have more than enough to get this bit done as speedy as possible. Because at the end of the day, I want this done as fast as possible, because then we can get on to the fun bit of building up the town. And have people moving in, and then we've got a better workforce, and then we've got a faster workforce. All that good stuff. I think all the excavators are refueling. Yes. Yes, they are heading out to refuel. Yep, figured the power line would be in the way. Yeah, because I don't want to using this. It's going to be too slow, so we'll get this in. This we want snow plows, speed. Are we doing them ones? We'll get 8. I think we're doing them ones. And then if they're refueling here as well, it'll be a bit quicker as well because they don't have to go as far. Bum, bum, bum. And then obviously as well, when we get the excavators for this one, that's going to be even more excavators trying to refuel. So hopefully that helps things go a little bit quicker. Right, where is this coal? We need to figure out exactly where the coal is. It's all along this edge. So if we want some good sources, which of course we do, where was that 70 odd one that we had before? We had one that was like 70% or something like that. I'm sure it was. Well, either way, I'll take a 60 and a whatever the other one is. So if we just get this section built out a bit more, then we can do down here. Yeah, because I don't think it was, definitely one over here, was it? So let's get this section built up, and then we can get the mines in play. Because the quicker we get this bit filled up, the better. Ah, bugger. go. Da, 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 da. Ba, 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 ba. Right, come on, build up, build up, build up. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, da, 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 da. Da, 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 da.
Hello!
Hello! I knew that was going to be crafty boy. How you doing? Hey up, craft lad. How's it going, mate? Have you done your homework? Have you done your studying? Yeah, pretty solid yourself. I'm pretty good, mate. I'm looking forward to today. We've got lots of fun things planned. We've got workers planned. We've got another peak collab again. It's break week. Just checking. Gotta make sure you keep up with your studies. And yeah, we've got loads of stuff planned. We've got another peak stream planned with Bosch later. Hopefully you don't forget. So yeah, it's pretty good. I'm still a bit behind. I'm probably in deep shit, but I don't care. Well, I do, because it's your future and it's something you really want to do, and I don't want to see you fail at it. Because we all deserve nice things. Current me is also sick and is not in the mood to study. That's fair enough. It is hard to motivate. It is hard to self-motivate. Current me also lacks the will to give a fuck. Well, I can't argue with that, to be honest. It's a bit difficult to argue with that. As long as you're alright at the end of the day, mate, that's... And as long as you don't get too far behind as well, because I'd hate for you to fall behind. Because then that'll demotivate you even more, so... Yeah, it is hard to do stuff that you don't find fun. And I should know, because I've been putting off decorating the hallway for a while. Because can't afford to have someone do it for me. And don't have the motivation to do it myself. Shh, be right. Yeah, exactly. It'll be right. I'll get it done at some point. I know it's not as it's not that important, but it's, you know, it's I just hate looking at it and seeing it unfinished, but then at the same time I don't have the motivation to do it because it is a pain in the ass putting up wallpaper. I find it's so boring. It's why I never became a painter and decorator, because I don't find that fun. It's a bloody good job, because otherwise I'd have clients ringing me up going, when the frick are you going to come and finish me hallway or my bedroom or my living room? And I'd be like, shut up, Mom. So yeah, that's why I'm not a painter or decorator. It will look real nice when I'm done, but then after like a little bit, I just won't give a shit. I'll be like, oh yeah, it's real good now that it's done, and then it'll just fade into obscurity, and I will probably never notice it again, ever. But yeah, we're just building up some mines at the minute. So we had our coal mines here. I may have removed them so I could sort the terrain out because it was all over the place. So we're sorting the terrain out, and then we're gonna put the coal mines back in, and it'll look nicer because then we can get the train line in for the new town. And yeah, things will be a lot better. So that's what we're currently doing at the minute, but it's taking a little bit of time. Yes, it means there's going to be more trains because there's going to be a passenger train moving between the two towns. There will also be a train moving coal from the coal processing area over to the steel mill that we're going to put in. And then what else will there be? Oh, there'll be another train that brings iron ore from the border, because we're not going to mine it ourselves just yet. As I think it was Quaker last week told us about, he was importing iron and coal and then selling the excess steel, and it was profitable. So if we've got our own coal, so in theory it should be more profitable for us. So that's what we're aiming to do this stream is yeah, but this has been a bitch right now, and it's taking its freaking sweet ass time because we're elevating terrain on a resource vein, and as we all know from the farm, they're an absolute freaking bitch. Sounds like a pyramid scheme. It does a little bit, but at the same time, as long as we have two friends and then they get two friends and then those friends get two friends, we all get rich. Not gonna lie, I don't have a clue what a pyramid scheme actually is. I just know it's bad. So a pyramid scheme is where someone at the top tells two people or more to invest in him, and they will get a return on their investment. But then if they want more money, they should get some friends to invest in them. So basically the only one that actually makes any money are the people near the top. And the reason it's called a pyramid scheme is because when you draw it out, it looks like a freaking pyramid. So you go from 1 to 2. So you go from 1 to 3. They get two friends themselves. That's another 4. They get two friends to invest in them, and so on and so forth. And that's why it's called a pyramid scheme, because it basically funnels money all the way to the people at the top, who then go, oh, there's a return on your investment, when actually they've just taken money from other people and passed it on. So then they think they're making money. So then they go, oh, well, actually, you keep that money, here's some more. Because obviously they've got money from the people below them. And it just keeps going on and on and on until the only person that's actually made any money is the top few people. And then the people at the bottom of it constantly keep getting people to invest in them, so they can then invest it again. It's basically, anytime you see any of them people that go, Oh, if you buy, well, you don't actually buy the product. You become a partner, and then you sell the product, and so on and so forth to other people. They're a pyramid scheme because they do the exact same thing. It's just wearing a cloak and veil to make it look like something else. Roger. No, it's Clark, not Roger. I will not join something that sounds sus. Yeah, anytime anything sounds too good to be true. Oh, god damn it, Dad. Told you, you know I'm in my 30s, so I make dumb jokes. Anything that requires you to invest money in order to make money back, inverted commas, you can't see me doing it with my hands, inverted quotes. Ask yourself, where is the money coming from? It was like the whole honey scheme. I don't know if you heard about that. The whole honey browser extension thing. Where it's like, oh, well, it doesn't... It saves you money and everything. Yeah, it was a whole interesting thing. I was shocked when... Because I saw Markiplier talk about it years ago when he was like, I'm not dealing with it because it's just like, well, how is it making money in order to get these deals? And I was like, yeah, that's a fair point. How is Honey making money? And where is it making its money? And then it turns out, oh, it's just been stealing affiliates from every creator that it's been asking to you know, promote it. And it's like, that is freaking sus. And I'm pretty sure Honey's now in the shitter because I don't know what's happened with the lawsuit. Because I know a bunch of people were filing a class action lawsuit against it for loss of earnings because of it. Because it wasn't disclosing that it was stealing your affiliate link, tag thing, cookie, whatever. So I should really catch up on that. I haven't heard anything about Honey in a long time, so I hope it's dead. I do. I hope it's dead as well. Because that was some shady shit. But I doubt Honey's dead because it's owned by PayPal. And we all know who owns PayPal. Elon Pelon. In case it wasn't obvious. I don't know if he still owns it. But I know he started it or he was involved in it a lot. The guy that needs to die. Wait, what I said nothing. Please don't take my internet away. Yeah, it's just the guy who's providing your internet service. And to be honest, with how small of a creator I am, I really doubt Elon's watching this stream, so I think you're safe here. Elon Pelon. Right, this section is nearly done, and then we just need to check where the call is again because I keep losing track of it because foggy brain. Brain foggy and cloudy. Do, 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 do. Right, let's double check where the coal resources are. So we've got one here. That is good. I want it there. That one's good. So we'll need to smooth this area out here. And then the other one, where are you, you bitch? There is one over here, but it's 40%. And there was another 50 somewhere. Or 60. I think it, yeah, we got a 60, didn't we? So we've got a 60 there. And a 50 there. And then where's the road going to come? The road's going to come this way. So we need to sort this bit out now. Right. Let's grab... How many vehicles we got in here? Let's grab another... You know what? Let's just fill the freaking thing. There we go. Fill it with excavators. We'll get another few in here. No idea how many that was. I just literally just mashed the button. And we're going to build up this section over here. I think I need to leave Australia. There was a 1940 German march and the media spoke as if they were handing out flowers. What? Has Australia been taken over by 1940 Germany? Is that what you're trying to say? Because that sentence had a lot of questionable moments in it. Like, why would you do a march for 1940 Germany when 1940 Germany was ruled by a tyrant? Recently, there has been an uptick in support of 1940 Germany ideals. I mean, don't get me wrong, and I know this is going to sound wrong, but there was a lot of things that happened in Germany throughout the time that tyrant was in charge. Like, he did a lot of good things for Germany in the sense of he got people out of work, he got them out of a debt and all this other stuff. But at the end of the day, he was still a tyrant. I don't think we should be marching down streets in support of 1940 Germany. Like, yes, the country became an economic powerhouse. Yes, it got a lot of people out of work, a lot of people in work. It upgraded a lot of the infrastructure in Germany, and those are all good things. But then at the same time, we can't ignore the bad things. Like, I'm all up for learning from history, but that is it. You literally learn from it. You go, right, what did they do right? What did they do wrong? Because, like, we need to learn from history, not repeat it. I agree, but they don't like those ideals. They like the ones I can't say on Twitch. Right, so that's, yeah, the bad ones. Yeah, I get that. This is the dumb thing, like, when people start going around blaming each other for the way certain things are, it doesn't solve anything. It doesn't improve anything. Like, I'm all up for, like, if you make a mistake, admit it. Like, it's just called taking responsibility. If you do something wrong, there's no shame in admitting you make a mistake. We all make mistakes. It's how you learn and grow. But, like, if they're doing what I think they're doing, because I don't obviously, I'm not in Australia, I don't keep up with things that are going on in Australia. Like, there's already enough mayhem and chaos going on in my own country, let alone anyone else's. I know it's not as bad as other places, but at the same time, this is affecting how I live. And yeah, if I don't, if I'm not in a position to help other people, then I can't help other people. So yeah, history, like, this world's doomed if it keeps going the way it is, because it feels like we're just repeating the same problems of the past. I'm gonna have to start handing out pamphlets, and we're gonna have to start a revolution. One on a global scale. Hey Claire, by any chance, could I move into your republic? I want to move into my republic. Of course you can, mate. Everybody's welcome here. All we ask is we've got some very simple rules. And it's, don't cause me any grief. Don't cause anybody else any grief. Use common sense, because I know that's lacking these days, but try and use common sense and just respect each other. You don't have to like each other, but just respect each other. You don't have to get along. You don't have to hang out with each other. You don't have to agree on the same things, but all you have to do is just respect each other. So that way we can all live in peace. Because we're all gonna have different thoughts. We're all gonna have different ideas. We're all gonna, you know, have different tastes in things, and that's what makes us all amazing. All we ask is you just learn to see it from the other person's perspective. And no murders, no stealing, you know, all the usual stuff. Because at the end of the day, everything belongs to the state, and then you are just stealing from the state. It's a very, very simple way of living. Like, see, being in charge, not that difficult. Don't steal, don't murder. Don't start a fight for no reason. If you've got a disagreement, talk it out. And if at the end of it, if you still can't agree with each other, just learn to live with the fact that you can't agree with each other. Simple. We don't have to agree on everything. But at the same time, that's no reason to start a freaking war over anything. Very simple. Dead easy. Right, where do I go to register to be a prime minister? That would be nice. Yeah. See, it's dead simple. Oh, the state's out of money. Oh, right. Well, that's a problem because that's the state's fault. Watching my parliament is like watching a kindergarten. Yeah, it's very much like watching a primary school here as well. Honestly, like when they all get up on the stage thing and do their oh, this is why I want to be prime minister sort of speeches. It's like watching the Haribo Tanfastic adverts because they all just but then it's like at school at the same time, like a primary school, because they're always like, hey, that's mine, not yours, get off. And it's just like, grow the fuck up, you dicks. Like, who cares who caused what? No one cares. Oh, we're here to find out what you're gonna do to freaking fix it. These people put you in debt. No, I'm not in debt, mate. I didn't borrow freaking 14.9 trillion pound, did I? You did that, not me. The worst part is that your lot are primary schoolers, which means my lot are toddlers, because my lot copy what your lot does. The daft bit is Australia used to be like more of the trendsetters rather than, you know, the followers. Because like when Australia was like, oh, we're gonna have cops on unmarked bikes with GoPro cameras to catch people using mobile phones while driving, I was like, brilliant, bring it on, that is fantastic. And the last update I got was, yeah, they stopped doing it. And it's like, why? It's catching dangerous people on the road. It clearly works. And it's so dumb. Like Australia were leading the way in doing like how things should be done. Right, I think we might have enough room over here. I just want to bring this section out a bit more. Just to make sure we have room for the conveyors. How are we doing coal? I think we've run out of coal now. So we need to get these iron mines up and running. We don't like leading anything other than gambling and alcohol statistics. Yeah, that's probably true. I thought about making my own beer company. Any ideas of where might be a good market to start selling it? Australia! Sell it there. They'll drink anything. If it's got alcohol in it, Australia will drink it. Australians are the biggest gamblers globally. I can believe that. I can believe that. It's why when I thought about launching a betting app, straight away I was like, I should probably release it in Australia first. Oh, I do love the Australians, but frig me, they do some really dumb shit. But then if you're not into surfing, there's not much else to do that I know of in Australia, although apart from go to oh, what do you call them, the Airwind Zoo. That's the only other thing that I know of to do in Australia, is go to the zoos. You live like a one hour away from the nearest airport, movie theater, or car dealership, but I only live 30 minutes from 2 different gambling machine venues. Oh, that's terrible. That is actually quite bad. Like, how is it? And I'm guessing your nearest train station's probably about an hour away as well. Which honestly would not freaking surprise me. Yep. So nearest train, airport. The bus station's probably about an hour away. Yeah, you're 30 minutes from a Betfred. That's quite bad. That's horrendous. Although, to be fair, I'm pretty sure there's a betting shop not far from where I live. Actually, now thinking about it, probably closer to 20 minutes from a poker machine. When did it become the norm for this sort of shit? It's crazy. Like in our city centre, there is 3 casinos. Well, in one part of our city centre, there's like three casinos near each other, 2 strip joints in one part of the city centre. Then you go to another part of the city centre, there is even more casinos. And 2 strip clubs. Or 1 strip club. Not sure on that bit. But then when you have a look around for like shops for people to buy things like food, TVs and all that sort of shit, clothes, they are closing. And it's I don't understand why. But then, like, one of the things that I think is probably not helping it is back when I used to have my motorbike, there used to be parking for cars, bikes, all that shit everywhere. And then one day the council was like, you know what would really attract more people to the town centre? If we got rid of all of this car parking near all of these shops where you definitely don't want to be standing on a freaking bus to get any of the stuff that you bought there, like your brand new stereo system, your TV, and all this other shit. And let's get rid of that parking and put some flower beds there. Or better yet, just ban parking altogether. And then a couple of months later, IKEA was like, hey, we want to open a shop near you. Because, like, for us, if we want to go to like a proper big IKEA, I've got to drive like 2 hours to get to one. Because we all know IKEA has got some freaking epic, like, bookcases, TV units, all that good shit. And at a really good price. So yeah, we've got to drive for like nearly 2 hours to get to our nearest IKEA. But IKEA were like, yeah, we want to open a store. We want to open it up here, just outside of, on like the city edge, the city border sort of thing. And the council were like, no. And it's like, what? No, we don't want you to buy it there because it'll detract business from people going into the city centre. It's like, well, you've already done that by getting rid of all of the motorcycle, parking and all this sort of shit. You've made it even harder for people to, you know, get to any of the multi-story or underground parking. So why the hell would people want to go? Because nobody wants to use the public transport because, one, they keep raising the prices to ride, and secondly, they never freaking show up, and when they do, they break down or take forever to get there. And because they're so unreliable and never freaking show up, they're always rammed full of people that have been waiting an hour, and everybody wants to sit down and there's never any seating. So little old lady Doris, who just wanted to go out and get a newspaper, has taken 3 to 4 hours of a day just to get a newspaper. And she wants to sit down because she's an old lady. But then when I want to sit down, because I've got a bad, I've got damaged cartilage in one of my knees, and I can't stand for too long periods. I can go for like a couple of hours standing up, but then after a while it becomes painful. because when you've got damaged cartilage in your knee, that's quite important. And then people give me the stink eye for looking, but they don't know my medical history. When I'm sitting down and not giving up my seat. But because it's a damaged cartilage, I can't claim disability on that. I'd be dumb. I can still function. I just can't stand up for too long. Got you beat. My closest IKEA is about 3.5 to 4 hours away. God, I love this huge, stupid country. Yeah. I really don't understand it, because now we finally do have an IKEA, but it has like literally nothing in it. It's just an outlet style shop, so it's got a few like lamps and stuff, which is exactly the same as about 15 other shops in this freaking city. We don't need more shops selling lamps. We need ones selling actual furniture. Feel better now after venting that. God, I hate this council. But one might have better lamps. Look, who gives a shit? As long as it's a neutral color, fits in with what everything else looks like, and it actually illuminates the room, who gives a shit about anything else? It's just a fucking lamp. As long as it provides light, and it's either funny, or, you know, it's like a silver, because gold's tacky as fuck. And like it doesn't have any other stupid design quirks. Like we actually had a look at the weekend at like some sort of like lampshades and stuff, and one of them, it literally blocked out all the light. It was like a goldfish ball shaped lamp with an opening about the size of a goldfish ball, and the sides were bigger than the actual hole itself. But instead of it casting light out in all directions and shaded a little bit, it was literally not see-through apart from the hole at the bottom, so it would only cast light directly down or out the top. And I'm like, the fuck is that? Why would you want a lampshade that blocks 80% of the freaking light? So essentially you have the big light, as we call it, because it's the light in the center of the room. And this is what the lampshade was for. Not like a table side lamp or a floor lamp or something like that. It was for the big light that illuminates the room. When, you know, when you walk in and you're like, where the frig is this? You turn big light on so you can see. And yeah, why the frig would you want a lampshade for the big light in the room that blocks 80% of the freaking light? No sense. I honestly could not make heads or tails of it. I don't know if it's just because I'm a bloke and I don't understand a lot of things, but I do try to understand things, but for the life of me, I could not get my head around that. People are weird. Someone somewhere will probably need that. But the only thing that I could think of is not for the big light, is if you work in somewhere like a surgery room or a mortician, or you're a mortician, and it's not the big light, but it's a light that covers the table where the body is laid, and you want to focus all the light on one area. That's the only scenario that I could see that lampshade being useful. And it's a bit grim, to say the least. But honestly, that was the only thing that I could think of that lampshade would be useful for. Right, we really need to get this freaking thing built. It's a bit grim, I know, I get it, but that was the only practical use I could see for a lampshade that focuses light into one column. Basically turns your main light into a torch. Hey, I ain't very squeamish, so I don't mind. Yeah, well, it's not really squeamish, it's more just the fact that it's a mortician. On a happier note, we finally found some wallpaper that the missus likes for the bedroom. Because even though I haven't finished the hallway, she wants to start on the bedroom next. Well, start on the bedroom now. But that's purely because there's not much she can do in the hallway because she doesn't have great balance. So the bit in the hallway that's left to wallpaper, it requires putting ladders above the stairs. Oh yeah, ladies are crazy. Like she, like she's gonna freaking hate me for saying this. But like, her biggest enemy is gravity. I shit you not. Like gravity is her worst enemy. I've seen her trip and fall on her own shadow. Like that's how bad her balance is. Like it's freaking nuts. Gravity is a bastard, yeah. Gravity is a fickle bitch. But it's funny as hell. Like when you just be walking along and she won't notice a curb and she'll nearly fall on it, and then you're like, oh shit, you alright? And you try like so hard not to laugh because you know for a fact if it was one of your guy mates that tripped on a curb, you're like, ah, you silly bastard, what the frig you doing, you knobhead? Like that's the usual response guys give, and obviously you can't do that when it's your girlfriend because then you're just mean. Even though I'm not the one that put the curb there. I'm not the reason you didn't notice the curb. But if you could laugh at a lady, you sleep on the couch for a month. No, because I won't mind that. So that's not punishment for me. Because like as well, like, I'd just turn the internet off so she couldn't use it. Because like working as a networker for, well, an internet installer / networker, you learn a thing or two about the internet. So I could just block her from using it while I could still freely use it. But then she'd use the argument of, well, I won't wash your clothes because I can't figure out how the washing machine works. I'm 30 years old and I just can't figure out how to wash clothes in a washing machine. It's hard for me. We all have our weaknesses. Washing machines are mine. I can't figure out how they work. And I'm not scared to admit that. I'm useless when it comes to a washing machine. I ain't got a clue how they work. All I know is when they don't work, they cost me money. Men can manipulate the Wi-Fi to do things they want. The humble washing machine enters the room. Yeah, and I'm stumped. Like, our washing machine, you can control it with your phone. I'm like, through Bluetooth. I'm like, why the frig is that useful? But our lass is like, oh yeah, it's great because I can see this, I can do this, I can set all this. And I'm like, I have no idea what you've just said to me. It can do this type of wash, it can do that, it can do this. Cool. I can get the internet to do this. Oh, fuck me. Okay, never mind. I'll get off my high horse. That sounds like a bloody fancy. It's really not. It wasn't that expensive. I put some clothes in some detergent and hit the on button. Yeah, see, I wish it was as simple as that. I wish instead of being like pre-wash, this wash, this wash, this wash, spin cycle, this cycle, that cycle, this cycle, because it also dries clothes. Well, it's supposed to dry clothes as well, but That hasn't worked out since 3 weeks after we got it. You'll put it on a dry site, you know, you'll tell it to dry clothes, and then they'll come out warm and damp. I'd probably say it best. Not really dry. So why didn't you take it in for warranty? Because it's technically still working. There is just something somewhere, and we've even had a repairman out, and we asked him about it when he came to fix it, when that bit of plastic that holds the brains of the washing machine fell off because it snapped. But if it was slightly thicker, it wouldn't have broken. When that bit fell off, I asked him about it, and he was like, oh yeah, they're all the same. They work for a bit, but then they stop working. They're freaking useless. All like washer dryer combos that do both all have it eventually where they just won't dry anymore, because you can't, because unlike a proper dryer, and dryers I understand, dryers I get how to work them, because with a dryer, when they fill up with lint and all that shit, they have like a capture filter thing that you can just open and dump it out. Washer dryers don't have that. So after a while, it builds up and then stops working. And because there's no way to access it for simply, at least not on ours, we can't empty out any sort of catcher or whatever thing. So it's basically, it's broke. It's never going to really work properly. And the more we use the drying function, the worse it gets. It does sound like a fire hazard, but because it's partially wet, it should be fine. We just stop using it, and we just hang our clothes up either on the washing line or a heated drying rack and dry them that way, because fuck the washer dryer combo. It's freaking useless. It's the thing I hate the most that I've ever paid money for. Because it doesn't do it literally has one function: to wash and dry clothes, and it only does one of those things. So to me, it's a freaking pointless machine. You buy something that does 2 functions, and it only just manages one. It's only just good enough to do one of those things. So I've said that whenever we can eventually afford it, we come to remodel the kitchen, because again, that is stuck in the 1940s. So when we come to redo that room, we're not going to bother with a washer dryer. We'll just get a washing machine and a dryer, and that's it. We're just going to have one that does one and another one that does another. Oh, it's a British house. Yeah. The washer's in the kitchen. Yes. Where else would it be? Because I've seen some people have like clothes washing rooms, but I thought that was just an American thing. In the laundry. Yeah, we don't have big houses. Our houses are small. The only fancy people have a laundry room. The same way, like, oh, what is it? Is it? The same way, not all British houses have a garage. Like, that's not a very common thing here. Not gonna lie, I couldn't care less if it's in the laundry or not. I wouldn't mind having it in the kitchen. Well, that's why we have it in the kitchen, because one, it saves space than having an entirely separate room. Our houses aren't massive unless you're rich and fancy. Like we did a comparison, like an average. Well, we did it with America, because we watched Happy Gilmore last night, because our lass has never seen Happy Gilmore, so I made her watch Happy Gilmore. because in fairness, she kind of wants to watch the second one, so I made her watch the first one first. And like obviously they go and save grandma's house, and it's like $270,000, which in 1995-96 money is not as much compared to now. I mean, well, actually no, it's a lot. It's quite a lot. But then when you compare it to like British money was, I'd probably say, was better value in the 90s. I think it was. I'm not sure. And it was what you would say was going to be a sort of middle class home value for grandma's house, and it's like, yeah, that's not too bad. But then when you look at the size of the house that grandma's got, you'd be like, yeah, that's a rich person's house. When if you like comparing it for British houses. That is if you have seen Happy Gilmore. Because I know it's not everybody's cup of tea, and Adam Sandler's not everybody's cup of tea. He's not really mine, but he does make some funny films. I've seen bits of it. I just know the plot. Oh, you know the gist of the plot, yeah. See, it's not a terrible film. It's all right. There's some really funny people in it, and like as well having Carl Weathers in there as well, or as he's probably best known as, Apollo Creed. Absolute freaking brilliant lineup of people in it. But yeah, she wants to watch Happy Gilmore 2, so I made her watch Happy Gilmore 1, and yeah, we compared the value of grandma's house to a British house, and it's like a middle class, upper middle class sort of value in terms of house. No, I'd probably say the size is like rich house, but like value of it, I think it was something like £180,000 in 1980s money or 1990s money, which is a lot of money, but it's like middle class sort of level house. It's not the house most people would buy in terms of value, but like the size of that house for what she actually paid for is insane. Because like for a similar size house, we'd be looking at like £250,000, £300,000, like really expensive. To be fair, American houses are just dumb big, yeah, but in all honesty, I would freaking live in one of them in a heartbeat. The amount of freaking room you have, like their living room in a lot of American houses is like the size of my house. Like that's how small my house is compared to their houses. And like when, like, which is why it bugs me so much when you see like Americans complaining about the size of their bedroom, and I'd be like, mate, I'd freaking kill for a bedroom the size of yours. It's freaking huge. Right, I think this area is ready. We can start putting the coal mine back in. So let's get proper paved road coming all the way down. I don't think I'll line this up right. Let's just, yeah, there we go. The average price for a house in Australia is about 1 million, which is roughly £480,000. Yeah. Yeah, your houses are dumb expensive. Which is weird, considering the size of Australia. You'd expect there to be a lot more room for houses. And we can get this road in. Wait, we should probably plan where you'd think so. Yeah, well, you would, yeah. You would think so. It never really goes the way you expect. Coal mine. Where was the really good shit? Is this it? There's the 60%er. And then I think it was around about here, wasn't it? I'm sure it was. So I'm going to back this guy up. Maybe a little bit more. And then we'll back this guy up. And then we'll go boom, boom, and we'll get a little bit more of a curve on. I'm happy with that. That looks pretty solid. Nice. And then we'll do a nib nib and a nib nib. And we'll get a gravel road straight down here. Crossing right there. Another gravel road. Over to there with a crossing. And then we need a bin. Oh, we also need a bus stop. We're gonna go there. Do 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 do. There we go. Bus stop. And then we need to put the conveyors back in as well. I shan't comment on the reason I blame for Australians' housing crisis, as some may be considered racist. Fair enough. There's a housing crisis in the UK, and it's been going on for years. But then, like, they're just making every city too dense, like too compact, trying to cram in as many people as possible into smaller areas. But it's housing's always going to be an issue. There is a lot of people in this world, and everybody just wants somewhere to live. How do we want to do it? Right, I'm going to go with one there. One. I think we're going to have to flip and spin. Spin. Cool, that's that connected. Good old Australia, the 6th largest country in the world and has a population similar in size to North Korea. Well, I just don't understand why they just don't build more houses. Australia has got plenty of room for it, whereas the problem the UK has is there isn't a huge amount of room for it. Like, there is no reason for the struggle that I know of, at least anyway, for Australia. Because stupid government laws and land restrictions, right? Is it? Because, like, the land still technically belongs to the Aborigines or something? I don't know. I might be just talking out my ass and throwing freaking things, wild things all over the place. I just like to try and understand things. Because when I don't understand something, I want to know. You know, I can't help that. I'm always intrigued by things. Sometimes it gets me in trouble. I end up asking questions that I shouldn't. And it's not because I'm trying to rude or upset anyone. It's just because I just genuinely have an interest. I just want to know. Technically, the government owns it, but the Aboriginals are trying to claim back land, which then makes it protected and unusable for development, which severely limits our usable land. Fair. See, I get that. And I see where the Aborigines are coming from, but then at the same time, things have changed. Things aren't the same as what they used to be. Yeah, they're questionable on whether or not they should have happened in the first place. But things are different. I think I need to change this bit back to two-way, and then they should be able to construct that bit if I'm correct. Also, made it to 99 followers, which is absolutely incredible. One away from the goal of 100, which is unbelievable. I can't believe that. I'm genuinely shocked that people are actually interested in watching me. Gotta love the kids in high school with me that get special benefits and excursions just because white people from 100 years ago that have been dead for 50 years did bad things. Yeah, that one always puzzles me. That one I'm always like confused by. Like I'm a firm believer of two wrongs don't make a right. And if obviously if someone wrongs me, you know, there's got to be a form of like justice, but at the same time, like punishing someone else for what, like the descendant of someone for what someone else did doesn't make it right. Right, we need to think about this because we need a road to go across here. We also need a road to go across there. So let's put this in place. She tried arguing with me one day. Oh, one sec. Had a girl in my class that was whiter than me, yet got awkwardly awarded Aboriginal Student of the Year. She tried arguing with me one day that Aboriginals don't have enough rights yet, which is funny. I am full white Australian founders goals apparently. Yet I am now a second-rate citizen because the Aboriginals need special benefits. Anyway, I'm getting pissy about politics. I move on. Yeah, let's move on. Which one's got the... That one's got the biggest distance, so we'll go with this one. 92 meters. This is going to be a very, very gentle bridge. We need to remove that power line. So we built these power lines, then we're removing them again. There. 1, 2, 3, 4. I declare a thumb war. And then 92 meters down. Five, 6, 7, 8. Thumbs up. Thumbs up, nice and straight. Because otherwise it looks wonky and then my brain goes mental screaming at me that it's wonky, which is why it bugs me every single time I go and put these freaking roads in and then it's out on the azimuth by 1 degree. 1 degree is enough to send someone like me insane. Stop doing this to me. I'm getting triggered by a game. I'm getting picked on by a game. Not the first time though that's happened, to be fair. Right, let's put... We need a switch down here, but they're building these roads, so I don't really want to add it in yet. So we should probably add the sewage and the water line, which I did accidentally break all the way to the end. BRB, I will be back this time, I swear. You better be, Craft. We need you in here. We need you for moral support when the game starts picking on me. Nah, no worries, dude. Take your time. Also, you won't want to miss the collab stream later as well. That's back on. Or that is on as far as I'm aware. He hasn't messaged me to say he's not available to do it, so he better be available. Oh, I never... Damn it, I never told the trucks to come and fill this thing up. That one, because I didn't check. Yeah, it's on 30. Let's bump it up to 70. Bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum.
Hello!
Hey up, Bosch. How's it going, dude? Wanna call... Yeah, sure. Yeah, no worries, dude. Oh, you made me forget what I was doing now, you dickhead. Gas station. Gas station. Oh, wait, that's a free one. No, we want to leave that one at 50. 70. 70. Keep that at 50. Keep that at 50. Keep that at 50. Free. 70. There we go. I'm alright, man. Just chilled out this morning. Yeah, I kind of get... I had a feeling that I've had your Twitch up and I've been looking to see if you've oh no, we got a crash. The game freaking crashed. Ah, everything else is fine though, right? The stream's still live? Yeah, I think the stream's still live, right? So it's just the game that crashed then. We lost 4 minutes of work, great. I forgot what I was saying now. Yeah, I had your stream open. I thought you might have streamed some like Soma or something. So we need to put the water switch. Right, let's sort the petrol station out first. Can't believe my game crashed as soon as I started the stream yesterday. What are the chances? I know, that was freaking... That was such bad luck. Some buildings don't have a connection with the distribution office. Which building doesn't have a connection with the distro office? Where are you and where are you trying to get to? It'd help if you told me which building. Was somewhat funny though. Yeah, it was quite funny. We need to adjust these back to 70. That's storage. That's a big one. That's a big proper one. That's storage. Free. That one up to 70. That one up to 70. Right, yep, they're all good. Cool. It was pretty funny. Right, let's get this in. And then we can put a water switch in of Mia. And then we can put another one in of Mia. Then we can put a stub station in. We'll flip it, spin it. Pop it right there. And then we're also going to put in a water tower over here as well. So that pump should be able to pump it into that and then distribute it down here. Right, let's get the pipes placed in. So we need to come out of there, into here, out of here, into here, over to here, over to here, and you know what, we'll go from this side. That'll probably be the best thing to do. We'll say A-OK to that lot. Then, oh, we need a substation over here, of course. Spin, we'll put it there. Big pipe there, cool, done. Right, that's water taken care of for this area. Now we need sewage, which I'll put one right there. And then, of course, this one needs a poop chute as well. So I'll pop that right there. Then we can get a switch. Put that there. Put that there. Big pipe. Go from there to there. Nice. Then from there to there. Of course it requires a proper slope. That's why I left the gap, you see. I knew it was going to say need proper slope. Right, there we go. That works. So this one also works. Nice. That to there. And then that one should just connect up to that. Cool. Sewage taken care of. Now we just need to take care of the power. So we're going to put a high voltage switch over here. We're going to wait until this road's complete. Then we can put it in. Fast monster, the headlines, blah blah. We can just decide just have a think of. Thanks, Josh. See you in a bit, dude. Right, that's a lot of work for these to be getting on with. Right, so they're going to crack on with that. I'll leave you watching the paver. I'm going to go for a quick pee, and then I'll be back in a minute. See you in a bit. But no worries, dude. I'll see you in a little bit, Joshy. Right, the paver went past us. Right, so they're cracking on with that road. They should be done momentarily. They're getting on with the bridge. Cool. So we just gotta wait for him to do the road, and then we can do the electricity for it. Let's rename the bus stop to Coal Mine Bus Stop. And that's just so when we come to put the bus route back in, we know where it's going. It makes it a little bit easier for me. I'm guessing... Oh no, we're producing. We've got some coal over here. We just need more coal. So we need to get the the coal mines back up and running. I don't want to get them to build anything else yet. Because we really want them to focus on getting this stuff done. Especially this pipe. It's going to take a bit of time. But once the pipe's done... should be good. They're working on the sewage, the main sewage line coming in as well. So yeah, I don't want to give them too much to do too quickly. Because this is, after all, a lot of freaking work. In hindsight, probably should have had this entire road gravel first, then upgraded it. But it is what it is. What I am going to get placed down though is electric substations. So we can make sure we've got power for everything. So that being there doesn't power that, but does this one. That one does. Right, cool. So we only need those two. To be fair, we could place it a little bit further back. And then like magic, it's close enough for power. From 2 points. Whether it be that one or this one. And then that one covers all this. Cool. And then that one covers all this. Cool. Yeah, we only need the two. Brilliant. So this will just need rolling. To be fair, it's a freaking long stretch of road. We could have made it a bit easier and done it a bit shorter, but it is what it is. How are they doing with the bridge? Pretty decent. Look at that. This area looks so much nicer now. We will need technical offices putting in as well, and that's another thing I'm waiting on with these. Do 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 do. Alright, I'm getting a bit carried away there, wasn't I? Just a little bit. Come on, hurry up. So we're going to have 3 different ways of getting over here as well now. So right now, the only bottleneck we have is this one road. But when we come to lay the town out, which I think I'm going to start from here. Or, like, if we're having, let's think about this. If we're having like the steel mill in this area, this is the area I want the steel mill. So if we have like the town center coming off one of these, yeah, I think we'll have it come off this. So the train station will be one side, not sure which yet. Bus station will be the other. There'll be a shop near it. You know what? Let's just start planning. I can't wait. I really want this town in. So let's start planning. We're going to need to push you a bit further out that way, aren't we? Yeah. Yes, we are. Right. Let's do that. Let's start lowering. And the good thing is we've got a lot of excavators now because of the many construction offices we'll put in this area. So this should go pretty quick for us. There we go, we're taking out a massive chunk of it over here. So yeah, we're just gonna remove as much as we can. I'm gonna need to go check on my dog in a moment. Oh, why did the snow have to come down? Now you're gonna make it difficult. Come on, keep going, keep going, keep going. Yum, 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 yum. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Wait, where's our workforce gone? Why are we down to 3,000 people? Lots of people have left. Right, what's going on? We've got heat, right? Yeah. What are people unhappy about? Without a job, but you've got a job. We've got food, clothing, and electronics. We've got homes. I don't understand where our population went. Yeah, we just took a nosedive, and I didn't notice. We had a death wave. No way. We had a huge death wave. What the frig? That's where our population went. Okay, that makes sense. Right, let's put in a high voltage switch. And we'll need to put in another one over this way. Cross here and then bring it over here. We'll go back up to here. Come along with where I think the train track is going to go. Connect it there. We need a transformer, robots in disguise. Yeah, we need one over here. Again, connect it up there. Power line right there. And small power lines. Let's come over, across the road, down, across the road. Cool. And then down here, across the road, down here, across the road. And then we'll have to do the same over here as well. Cross, cross. And connect. That is quite a long power line, but they should be able to take care of that, no problem. Right, we were doing this stuff over here. So we'll get excavator out. We'll start digging down, removing the ground. Try and remove as much as possible. Hopefully we get some more people moving in. We may have to invite some. Is that death wave absolutely nuts, man? It's wiped out most of our workforce. Not even sure when it happened. Bum, bum, ba-dum.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
All right, I'll have a drink. I've just been for a pee, so I could do with a refill. There we go. I had a drink. Hey up, Crafty. Wonderful. Wunderbar. The good news is I've heard from Bosch, and we'll be collabing with him. It's about 1:30. He's had a bit of a chill out morning this morning because it was a bit hectic when he got up. GMT, yes, Greenwich Mean Time. So in about an hour. Lovely. Yes, it's going to be good. Not sure what we're going to be playing yet. We've got a list of games to play with the likes of Battle Block Theatre, Helldivers 2. I've been watching me for a month or so, so I should really have the British time zone memorized. Yeah, because I've got the Aussie one on mind, and I know it's about 9 hours, I think. If I'm right, it's about 9 hours between us. You're 9 hours ahead. So it's 12 o'clock for me, or 12:15 for me, so it should be about 9:15 for you. If, yeah, gets in. You didn't want to say Roger that time, did you? I bet he was about to type it and I was like, no, wait, he's a dickhead, so let's put A firm instead. No, wait, I'll do that really annoying dad joke and be like, no, his name's Clark, not Roger. I could be even weirder. I could be a Canadian pilot and say Czech remarks. I don't know if he was here for oh yeah, of course she was, but like doing the freaking Canadian voice to Josh, and it was annoying him so much. I'm gonna have to do it again, especially if we play Helldivers. I'm gonna have to do it again. I just couldn't help myself. It's just so fun. The way Canadians speak is so funny. It's not to be rude or anything, but I just find it funny. Like, I'm not trying to be mean, but just the way some people speak and how some people say things in different phrases, it is funny to me. And I'm sure the way I speak is probably funny to other people. And I just love the differences. Oh yeah, bud. Gonna go down to Tim Hortons, eh, bud? I love it so much. We've got family that live in Canada as well, so it's like, it's so funny. But I love them to bits. Love them to bits. Same with like the family in Italy. Like they've probably got some quirks and some different ways of saying things. Like I've got a young nephew, the one who I've become the favorite with, because obviously for Formula One, he loves that. He loves the fact that I love like racing and racing games, and so I'm quickly becoming his favorite uncle, even though I'm not really related to him. Uncle-in-law, I'll go with, even though me and our lass aren't married. And like the way he says some things, it's so freaking funny. Italy. Hey, Mamma Mia, what are you doing to my pizza? Someone touched my spaghetti. But I love it. I love the differences in the way everybody says some stuff. And like at one point he was teaching me like Italian slang. I've completely forgotten it. It's been about a year since he taught me it, or he tried teaching me it, and I just love it so much. The different way people say things and different slang terms, and just language is amazing. I love I hated learning different languages when I was in school, when I was in like primary school and secondary school and stuff. But I think that was more just because of the teachers and the way they were trying to get you to learn it. I didn't like the way they were trying to teach me it. You know, a lot of it was reading and then trying to say it. I'd just be like, I struggle, and this was before we even knew I was dyslexic as well. And it probably explains why I struggled to learn a language through reading, because I was struggling to read it, but didn't know I was struggling to read it. I just thought it was because it was a different language. But apparently not. Apparently dyslexia transverses the laws of language. And that's probably why I didn't enjoy it as much. But then like learning from him being like in front of me, telling me how to say stuff and what to say and stuff, and then laughing when I messed it up. It was so funny. Or just probably laughing just because I said a naughty word, like a swear word in Italian without even knowing it. Loved it. Loved it. It's so funny. And like next time I see him and next time I talk to him, I'm gonna have to get him to like tell me again, but then he's gonna have to promise that it's not something naughty and something that I can actually get away with saying on stream. Because last thing I want is to take on an unexpected holiday off here. Like, I don't want to go on vacation. Not yet. I'm having too much fun. But it's so funny. And he's so bad at racing games. But he's like, what is it? I think he's like 13 now or something like that. He's still a young lad, so he'd probably think, oh, it's not that bad. But then, like, yeah, when you're affecting the extra income that I need, yeah, it is a problem. When you're affecting my second job, yeah. 13, what a disgusting age, yeah. But it is my racing number in racing games, so it's a good number. Terrible age. Because he's getting into that moody, like going through puberty stage when he last visited. And you could tell, and you're just like, oh god, teenagers, chill out. It's just hormones. What you worried about? Calm down. You'll get your Tim Hortons there, bud. Right, that should be enough room for the village. So let's get the train station placed. Not cargo, even though technically, and don't mean this in a horrible way. Technically, people are cargo. Not in the sort of human trafficking way, but in the moving stuff from one place to another. We're gonna go with our new bus station, and and hopefully the arrows are the correct way as well. We'll place that there. People are cargo you have to be gentle with, otherwise it complains. Yeah, instead of it breaking, it complains and wants to speak to your manager, wants to get you fired. You're the worst person in the world. Hitler was a nicer person than you know. That might be a bit too far. But yeah, Karens are a problem, and we probably do have some Karens living in the area. She's gonna sue us. Power plant has stopped producing. We know it's got no freaking coal. Right, it's 20. By the time I'm your age, I don't think there will be any Karens left. Oh no, there will be. There's always a Karen, always. You gotta remember that. Karens can never go extinct. Karens will never go extinct. I'm gonna move the train station back a little bit more. Just so we've got room for car parks and a bridge. I never met a young Karen. I wonder what the new Karen name will be. Well, I've always wondered what the male equivalent of a Karen is. I don't know what the name is for that. Because I would have said like a Steve or a Chad. Something like that. But then I don't know what like the male equivalent name is of a Karen. but I am interested to find out. Keith, I think. See, when I think of Keith, I think of the, like, my girlfriend, she was playing a game with Josh last year, I think it was, or Bosch, if you prefer. And obviously, with it being a horror game, I'm an absolute wimp when it comes to horror games. I cannot handle them. But they were playing a horror game together. I think it was Faz. Might have been a different game. I can't remember. And the monster that like tried chasing him and haunting him, she and Josh named it Keith. I do like Faz. I like Faz because it requires me to use my brain. It puts me in detective mode. And but I scream a lot when the ghost tries to haunt me, and I refuse to go in rooms when it starts doing activity. But I am slowly getting over that, because it's just, yeah, whatever. I don't get scared anymore when I see the fingers crawling around my face. But yeah, I can't remember what it was, but the monster had these really weird teeth where you could see them at all times. And she and Josh named the monster Keith and was like, "Oh, Keith, you got disgusting teeth." So anytime I hear the name Keith, that's all I think of, because it was just so freaking funny. But right, I'm gonna go grab my sandwich. Because I need to go let the dog out as well. Where can I leave you guys to watch? You know what? You can keep an eye on this getting built. There's a lot of activity going on here, so you guys keep an eye on that. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Well, maybe 5. I'm gonna let the dog out, make my sandwich, and then I'll be back. Probably make a cup of tea at the same time as well, because tea is good. I actually used to be terrified of Faz, but then my mates kept fucking dying, so I had to grow some balls to actually do stuff. Me too. That's the reason why I stopped getting scared of it, because we all kept dying, and so we all had to step up and get over it. But yeah, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Let the dog out. I'm back. Got a cup of tea. Ready to do shit. Let the dog out. It was very good. He was laid on the sofa when I went down. We got one of them corner sofas, and like, it's hard to describe. Like, as you come into the living room from the hallway, like, the sofa's on the right, and it's angled in a way so like that the back of one side is facing you, and he was laid down on that bit, and as I come through the door, he popped his head up and looked over the back of the sofa as if to say, "I wasn't doing anything," as if I just caught him doing something. It was quite funny. Right, so what's going on? I was like, looked at him and was like, "You want to go for a wee?" And he was just came bolting over. Tea sounds lovely. Yeah, cup of Yorkshire. Right, we're still waiting on some bits to get built. Tea sounds lovely. We have someone we need to deal with, sir. All right. Who do we need to deal with? A guy you know called Yorkshire shit. We must remove him. Who is he? We will have to re-educate him. he will need to be sent to... He'll need to be sent to a re-education centre. A person you know from uni. Oh, well, he knows nothing then. If he's at uni, he clearly knows nothing. No offence. But if you're at uni, you're clearly too young to know anything. Yeah, I know you're in uni, but you're too young to know everything. Like, when you're 18 or younger, you barely know anything. When you're 30 and 40 and 50, you've got experience on your side. And proof of that was when... I've got proof from myself, like, as an example from myself and from my dad, who work in two different trades. I worked in the broadband sector. My dad's a plumber. And I had a young kid with me who had gone through all the training stuff, thought he knew everything. We went to a customer repair. And he was like, I've got this one, it'll be sorted in no time. An hour and a half later, we're still there. He still hasn't figured out what was wrong with it. And because I'm me, and I like to prove a point, I didn't bother helping. But I knew what was wrong with it, and I have experience on my side to know what was wrong with it. So I just stood and talked to the customer for an hour and a half, had a cup of tea and everything. And the customer even agreed with me as well. The guy and to be fair, his wife was stood there just like, you can fix this, right? I was like, oh yeah. Don't you worry, even if it makes it worse, I can fix it. I know exactly what's wrong with it, and it'd take 5 minutes to fix. Probably not even that. But it shocks me that he still hasn't noticed it, considering he was like being Billy Big Bollocks, boasting about knowing everything. Because like, even I admit, there's lots of things that I don't know. But when reading the job notes and listening to what the customer was saying, just from that alone, helped me like figure out exactly where I should be looking, and if my hunch is right, because I'd come across something similar to what the customer was describing and the technical team was describing in their notes. I knew like where to look to confirm whether or not it was the issue or not. And eventually he gave up after replacing the outdoor unit, the cable, the router, and I looked at the old equipment and was like, why you done any of this? You didn't need to get your ladders out, you didn't need to do this, you didn't need to do that. If you just admit you don't know everything and you've still got room to learn, like I do, there's lots of stuff that I don't know, and there was still lots of stuff in that job that I didn't know, and willing to improve, then this could have been solved in 5 minutes. Because even when he changed the outdoor unit, it still didn't fix the issue. So he put the old one back in. So while he was doing that, I had a look and I was like, yep, there's literally 2 things to change, and then that would have been it. 2 settings. And a phone call, and it would have worked. What a tool. Yeah, exactly. But because he was so adamant that he could fix it, I refused to help him. Because when you start walking, especially in that sort of role, you start walking around talking a big game and acting like you know everything and you're the best at everything. One, you start losing assistance from colleagues, because then when it fucks up, the customers lose trust in you. So every time I went to a job and the customer was like, you can definitely fix it, I was like, well, I'll have a look and I'll see what I can do. Even if I know that I can fix it. Because then when you do fix it, one, it makes it even better for the customer, because like, oh, you're an absolute legend and all this other shit. Oh, you're amazing and all this stuff. But if you walk in there going, oh yeah, I'll definitely have this online and all this shit, and then you don't, that customer's then lost faith in you, lost trust in you. If you need to come back for a second visit, they won't want you to be there. So I had to prove a point. It made us late for our next visit, but I rang the customer ahead of time and explained it to them, and they went, yeah, no worries, mate. Apprentices need to learn. Like, they don't, just because they've gone through training and they've gone through this, that and the other, doesn't mean they have any real world experience. And the second one was from my dad, and it was a very similar scenario. But I'm not going to act like I understand anything that he said to me and try and repeat it exactly how he said it. But basically, this apprentice ended up costing the customer and the company. And bear in mind, this is the sort of plumbing my dad did was commercial side. So it's for like businesses and factory workers and all this other shit. So costs are huge when it comes to buying anything, because it's got to, like, radiators and stuff have got to service a larger area, so they've got to be bigger, more powerful than something for a home. And my dad was like, and my dad hasn't got a single qualification in plumbing, bear in mind, because he was from the time of you worked with someone experienced as an apprentice and gained all your knowledge through what people were passing down to you, what you learnt yourself and all this stuff. So my dad having 30 years experience, which is equivalent, which I would say makes him more qualified than someone fresh out of college who's been to plumbing school. And this was proved when an apprentice ended up costing a client of my dad's hundreds of thousands of pounds. And my dad was like, this could have been fixed for a couple of £100. And it's so freaking bad. The funny thing is the company my dad worked for ended up going bust because they laid off all the experienced people for new people because it was cheaper. But the thing is, when you've got someone experienced, especially in the plumbing industry, same with sparkies and fucking bricklayers and all that lot, you're not paying because they can do the, you know, you're paying for that experience to do the job quicker, to do it more effectively, to do it more efficiently. And like, yes, it costs more up front, but at the same time, it saves you down the line because you've got someone experienced. You're paying for experience. That's what it boils down to. It's like when, and I've seen it a bunch of times when you get like experienced plumbers, electricians and whatever go into a customer's house, they fix the fault in 5 minutes, and then they're like gobsmacked when they're like, oh, why is it costing me £500-600 to fix it? It only took you 5 minutes of work. And it's like, yeah, but it took me 30 years to gain that experience to be able to fix it in 5 minutes. So what do you really want? Do you want someone young where it's only going to cost you 40-50 quid to fix it, but it'll take them 4 or 5 hours? Or do you want someone with 30 years experience or more who can fix it in 5 minutes, but it'll cost you more? Like, I know what I'd pick. Because it's the same in the broadband side of things as well. And it does my head in when, like, and companies are the worst for it as well when it comes to how they treat their employees. Like, the more experienced ones get more jobs and more work because they're able to do the job faster as a reward for being good at their job. But then all it ends up doing, and proved itself time and time again, I'd pick the experienced one unless he drinks Twinings. And probably not if you're around where I live. Most people drink Yorkshire where I live. With a few exceptions. But yeah, all it ended up doing was breeding a bunch of engineers that, even though they're very experienced, work very, very slow. Because their reward for being quick was more work and getting home late. And no matter how many times I kept saying this to him, it's like you're rewarding the wrong thing. You're incentivizing slowness and inefficiency while trying to preach people to move quicker and move faster. Like you've given the guys and the girls no incentive to work faster. Because if you said to them, if you get your jobs done by 2 o'clock, you can go home. And I guarantee if you gave them 5 jobs, those 5 jobs would be done and they'd be home. But if you do it the other way, where you're giving them 3 and then they're done at 2 o'clock, and you're expecting them to spend, instead of spending the next 2 hours driving home, to then drive another half an hour to another job, they're going to kick off about it. And you try explaining it to them and they're like, nah, not listening. Don't care what you say. I'm like, all right. Well, that explains why you got a revolving door of engineers. Well, it is what it is. I don't have to worry about it anymore. I don't work there, and I'm much happier. Although I do feel bad for the people I left behind, because they didn't deserve it, the people I work with. They don't deserve the shit that they were getting. Okay. What the heck is happening now? We've just lost a bunch of people again. Another death wave. What the actual heck? Why are we getting these death waves? Oh, I love a good crisp sandwich. Right, there we go. We've got a bunch of workers back. But we're hit by 2 death waves. That's made us go from 7,000 workers, then down to 3.5, then down again. That is crazy. Well, that shut down most of our production. I'm gonna replace these buildings with bigger ones. And now that'll slow down our construction as well. Right, we're gonna have to get coal from the border via a train. I wonder if it was heating because we lost coal. I bet that's what it'll have been. It'll have been too cold. Yes, we know. Stop telling me. Oh, one sec, there's someone at my door. Postman. Good old Posty. Alright, there we go. We've got coal now. Hopefully they don't use it all. I bet that's what it is. I bet the heating went off and they all frigged off. Right, we can start exporting power now. And then we should see the population go back up, yes? We'll decrease the number of doctors and shit. We can increase the number of teachers. Nursery, we've got plenty. Nursery, we've got plenty again. We've got plenty over here. And we'll invite a few from Third World. Right, we're gonna get back to sorting this out. Right, you mate can go to the customs house. You've got loads of freaking money on you. You can go. And you can go. Right, so we've got a fair bit still left in our storage then. Right, We're getting there. We're getting our population back. And that should mean the construction will start picking up as well. Our exports are still higher than our imports, so... I suppose that's a good thing. Right, dinner is finished. So I'll be able to talk a bit more now. Which is a bit unfortunate for you guys. You have to deal with my annoying voice.
Help is on the way, dear!
Help is on the way, dear!
Help is on the way! Oh, the way!
Hey up, mate. How's it cracking? We got a lot of people wanting to go to freaking school, man. Yeah, we ran into a small issue on this game. What do you mean you asked me first? How's life? Life's good. I couldn't wait to get out of school. Yeah, we got loads of people wanting to get in school. Hopefully it's for the fact that they want an education and not anything else, but still. I'm good, man. Hope the stream's going well. Yeah, it's going really well, mate. We're one follower away from hitting the big 100 mark. So hopefully we can get that today. And now we're just waiting for you to see when you're ready. See what game we're gonna play. While trying to bring our population back up, because we've gone from 7,500 people to almost zero. We went down to 500 people at one point, and now we're back up to 3,500. So hopefully we can get a few more people back. Triple digits, eh? Yeah, it'll be amazing if we got to 300, got to 100. That'd be so freaking cool. I didn't even expect to get to 99, let alone getting to 100. It's almost like somebody let the heater go out midwinter. Well, why didn't you could have warned me? I forgot. I may have taken the coal away, and then that may have stopped the heater from being able to work. Because like the power went out and I was like, oh, I'll just import power. I never thought, oh, maybe it's because we haven't got any coal and the heating plant runs on coal. I can't see how much coal I had either. I just know that I've stopped the coal mines. We had a little bit. Well, to be fair, this was full, and then I saw it and it was empty and I was like, oh, that's empty. I never thought, and then when the power went out, I was like, oh, the power's gone out, and never put two and two together and thought, oh, coal's gone and power's gone out. We don't have any coal over here. Instead, I just went straight over here and went import. It was my own dumb fault. Hopefully we'll get back there. So yeah, now we're just trying to get the workers back up so we can carry on building this lot. And then if we get this lot built, then things won't be so gloomy with the power going out. So yeah, just a dumb guy doing dumb things. But hey, the bridges are built. Nice. That'll be cool.
Hello!
Hello! That almost made me jump then, you prick. But hello! Are you trying to get my attention for something? Or are you just trying to put me off? Oh, he started a prediction instead of a poll. Wouldn't it have been smarter to have started a poll? Well, I'll tell you what, I'll jump in on it. Because I have an unlimited amount of channel points. Bit of both, really. Best Twitch staff here. Polls only allow 2 or 3 slots. Oh. Fair enough, fair enough. I get it. I got some games, you decide. Okay. Alright, let's have a look then. So we've got Headliners, Helldivers, Peak, Phasma, or Monster Hunter Wild. So I'm not really feeling Monster Hunter. I can narrow it down to 3 if that helps. I'd play Helldivers, Peak, or Phasma. Out of those 3. Or rather, out of those 5, so... Yeah, that's gone a bit stale, hasn't it? Monster Hunter has, yeah. Headliners is sort of like the same thing over and over. Spin a wheel. Okie dokie, I can do a spin a wheel. How do I remove? There we go. Phasma, Hell, Divers, 2, or Peak. Well, Phas, Democracy Sim, and Mountain Falling. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is, really. Why is it not appearing? It's not showing up. Watching us two scream like little girls would be funny. I mean, all three of these games involve us screaming like little girls. Right, I'll have to try a different browser because clearly Google Chrome doesn't want to get captured. Right, let's see if it comes up now. There it is. There's also a Battle Block Theatre, but that's a lot of chaos and would require teamwork, which I feel we would just murder each other, so I left that out. Yeah, that's fair enough. So we've got Faz, Democracy Sim, and Mountain Falling. Let's spin. Democracy Sim wins, right? So that's what we're gonna play. There we go. That's literally all I wanted. That's all I wanted to do. Why did that have to be so complicated? Democracy Sim it is. So what? We're starting in like 15 minutes. I'll give you time to get set up. Can do. Yeah, no worries then. I've had my lunch, so I'm ready to rock and roll whenever you are. You just have to set up the Discord. Yeah, no worries, mate. Are you streaming it as well? I think you should stream it. Amazing. Amazing. For the democracy, brother. For democracy. We just need to get our population up in this, and then we'll be good. I did it for democracy. Bosh, for democracy, for the republic. Yo, yo, little hot dog. You hate me. Proceeds to become a crisp. I kind of want want to put another house in here. I'm not gonna lie. But that one I don't think would fit. I mean, I know we lined one up before, didn't we? That would potentially fit in here. Was it one? It was one of these, I think. Two of these. Or one of these. If we click enough, it will go. Yes. You just gotta click enough times and then eventually the game will let you do it. No, I don't want to do it. Anakin Sim. I probably would play that. Simulate becoming Anakin Skywalker. Become a crisp. And now I have become crisp. Even though my voice just then sounded a lot more like Zeb Brannigan with velour. Ah, well, let me place any house there. Do I have to do these ones? How many do these hold? 60. I'm pretty sure that's less than that other building we used. What was the other one? 48. It is barely any more. Velour. Bum, 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 bum. Right, I suppose we should probably get Helldivers set up. Right, let's save this. There we go. I'll pop it on a BRB screen, but that's just so there's something there while I get the new game loaded up rather than a blank screen.